we're going. Welcome, people. Just hide that. Just wait for a little bit for people to come into the room. Give it 5 minutes, I think. So hopefully all the settings are right now. I've got my my laptop open so I can see you guys' comments. So we can have just one screen this time instead of me having to go back and forth, which is a bit of a pain. Refresh that. Had to just get some food in me. Make sure we're up and running. Yeah, looks like we're up and running. So, welcome. This is Final Fantasy Hacking Portraits. We're going to go over some portraits today. I'll show you guys a few techniques that you can use to make some portraits. There's a few ways of doing it. At the minute, I'm just going to give it 2 or 3 minutes to let some people come in, and then I shall open up Final Fantasy Sprite Editor and we'll get started. What I'm going to be doing today is taking some people's faces from the site and making portraits out of them. I made a little edit of Mike, Gene Attack. Quite sure how he says that. But yeah, I made a little start on that yesterday just to see how to do it in my own head so I can explain it. So yeah, make yourselves known in the chat. Son's in bed now, so we should have some quiet. You'll have to let me know if the PC is running a bit loud. Put some insulation down so it should absorb some of that. Just we'll give it another minute, I think, and then we'll get cracking. So how's everybody doing today? Are you all good? It's been quite hot today, hasn't it? Well, as in England anyway. I don't know about wherever you guys are. One thing you'll notice about me is I'm not a great talker like B-Run. Just slide my microphone down a bit so you can hear me a bit better. Just close Discord now. Just do a quick task manager to just close anything that we don't need open. add some food. Okay, that should be good. Alright, well, I'm going to get cracking now. So I can see any comments on my laptop, so I'm not going to have the OBS window open. So the first thing you want to do if you're going to create portraits is you want to get a program called Final Fantasy Sprite Editor, and that is what we use to edit sprites. And it is this one here with the Atma weapon. So if we open that, you'll need a ROM. A good place to get a ROM is oh, what's it called? I think they've removed the link now from Final Fantasy hacking, but it's anime something or other. If anybody knows the link, then please post it in chat for the ROM. Yeah, please post it in chat for where the ROM location is. I've got one ready. I did have. Sure, I had one ready. Oh yeah, I moved it. It's in here somewhere, I think. Oh no, it's the Return of the Dark Sorcerer one. Off to a good start. So we're going to have to find a ROM because you couldn't find a better picture. Oh well, we'll use what we have. Mike, do you happen to know the site location for the ROM? For some reason, it doesn't seem to be on the wiki page anymore. Oh, it used to be there. I'm sure it's anime something or other. I should have had a ROM ready, but I was doing a bit of a clean up before I started this. So yeah, if you know the location of the site, then just post it in chat so I can quickly go and grab it, because I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it's anime. Let's do that, we'll find it. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, so this is the site that you're going to be wanting to go on for your ROM, because this has got the US version, which is what Sprite Editor works with. So we'll just grab one of them. It's cool, man. I found it now. This is where you want to come really for all your ROM needs. You've got your Super Nintendo Japanese, US, the Game Boy Advance one. I think Fred is working on an editor for the Game Boy Advance, so that'll be great when that's finished. So let's just bash that into the stream. Right. And now you want to be opening your ROM. Load it all up like so. And here you've got all your portraits. Now I believe that these portraits were based on Amano's original watercolour works of them. So as much as you may try to duplicate his style, it's going to be very hard, because obviously they're drawn from watercolours. So the way the it's all shaded and stuff, what's probably been done is they've probably drawn an image and then they've probably scaled it to pixel size. So what we're going to want to do first is we're going to want to find out the basic size of the portrait. So let's use Loki as the base. We'll just export that. Go OK. And then if you go into your folder, there it is. Now we're going to be using MS Paint for this, because I think it's the best program to be using. You can use GIMP, it does work. It's just it's a bit more complicated. Right, so if you go properties, you can see here 40 by 40. That's roughly the size that you're going to be wanting to do. And so what we'll do now is we'll minimise that, and we'll open a photo. So I started on doing a mic face the other day. So what we'll do is think we'll have a go at maybe doing a Madzia portrait. So let's open that in Paint. And you want to get your freeform selection tool, and let's just get what we're going to be using as his face. What if you go wrong? Just try again. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just get the basic outline. Bear in mind that it's going to be scaled in a minute. So let's just grab this. So that's about right. Now to start off with, I'll be showing you how you can do it with photos. But I will get into creating one from scratch. So if we go in new now, just paste that in. Right, so you want to resize that instead of going percentage. If we just click pixels here, always select the largest number. So the vertical. Let's change that to 40. You can see it's changed the horizontal 25 automatically. Click OK. Copy that. Right, let's go back into our Loki sprite. And if we just select, because rubbing out is a bit of a pain. Just select a square, solid colour, bosh. There we go. Right. Now we paste. And there you can see we've got a basic kind of scaled down version. But obviously we're not going to be using this because it looks ridiculous as it is. So let's grab the darkest colour, which is this black, and let's just fill this in so we can get a really quick outline. What you want to do here is just hold down the mouse button, because we're going to be copying this in a minute. Just make sure you get all the pixels so they're all the same colour. So okay. That looks about right. Now we'll get the freeform select. Copy. Paste. And there we've got that. So now we'll go Control Z. So now we've got that. So we can see what it used to look like. And what we want to do now is go back into our stream folder. Open this with a photo viewer. And there's the photo that hasn't been scaled. So let's just make sure that we can see both. Oops. There's an echo. probably because I've got this. I don't know how to open. That's strange because I wasn't in that code before. Not quite sure why. It didn't start out with it. Any idea why? An echo going? I can't work it out here. Shouldn't have. Yeah, Cougar, let us know if it's echoing for you as well. Try and get it sorted. Just check whether it's this laptop. Shouldn't think it is. I muted it. My laptop's been muted now. Off to a great start. This is kind of why I needed people to come and help me with the Try refreshing the page and see if that does anything. Has that fixed it? I've just messed around with my speakers, my volume mixer. I can't really work out why else it would be doing it. Worst comes to worst, then I'll just restart. Perhaps I need to just mute that there. Okay, well I've just muted the video, so hopefully maybe that's done it. Let me know if that's done the trick, or if that's muted me altogether. I will get better. I promise. That could be it. Okay, how's that? I've just disabled the webcam microphone. So with any luck, we should now just have the one. Let me know if that's done the trick. If not, I'll try it the other way and mute the speaker and use the webcam microphone. Yeah, that's done it. Okay, awesome. Let's crack on. Right. So, don't need that open. Right. Anyway, for Cougar, because I think he's just arrived, what I've done so far is this is a picture of Fred. At least I think it is. The guy's a ghost, so it's hard to tell. So what we've done is we've cut out his head, and then we've pasted it, and then what we've done is we've completely blackened it, so now we have an outline, and we've opened the picture back up again so we can see what it looks like in its original settings. Not the best picture to be working from because he's obviously tinted it a colour. So let's just let's grab some skin colour. Let's take Mike's skin colour. So let's just grab some skin colour from Mike. There we go. And let's just quickly colour this so it doesn't look like that. Okay, so an easy way of colouring, if you've got two colours on the page, select one colour with your dropper tool. Right, so the main colour I want to change, you put that in colour 1. So the main colour I want to change is that. And then colour 2, you select from the palette you want to use. Grab your rubber, hold down the left, and there you go, it's changed that. What we'll probably do is we'll just maybe use a different picture. This is why I really could do with some pictures, if people have got pictures, because at the minute all I have is Mike, a deeply colorized Fred, and myself. So if anybody has any pictures, Discord me, send them on Discord. At the minute I'll do what I can with this one. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to select all your colours, because you only have 16 colours to use here, and unlike with sprites, it's not a case of any colour is missing from this. This is all what you've got. So let's get all the palette laid out first. Select the darkest colour, Oops, set that to size 1. So if you're following along with me now, what you should have done is opened up a picture of whatever it is you want to portrait and followed the steps. So shrink it down to 40 by 40 and then outline it. And we'll make some colours for the rest of this. So some lighter colours. So let's just, there we go. And there's your 16 colours. And now we've got our 16 colours. We're going to want to shade it similar to how it's shaded in Final Fantasy VI. So let's look for a face that's similarly laid out to Fred here. So Setzer would probably be a good one to work off. You can see the light here is coming from about there, so it's quite helpful sometimes to just know where your light's coming from. So there's where the light's coming from, top left. And what you do first is you grab your darkest colour, second darkest colour in this case, because we've already outlined it. And let's just draw in where his face line is now. It's quite helpful to use your main picture. So we're doing the chin as well here. So let's just get a basic outline now. Don't worry about being too accurate when it comes to just laying down the initial steps. As long as it kind of matches this, you're alright. And as for the red, that's something that we can change later on once we get into Sprite Editor. Bear in mind, this is just one way of doing it. I will show you some other ways. So if you notice with the way they shade the sprites, they quite often have like a greyish colour which for the darkish colours, but it's usually sort of either 1 or 2 pixels wide for the shadow. So we'll do 1 for now. Let's just make sure that we keep that little line there. Don't worry too much about where the nose is at the minute. All we're doing is laying down the foundations. So like I said, it's always good to have a reference image for the light. You don't want it looking really strange. And it's usually about 1 or 2 pixels that you want. So here I'm doing one pixel space apart. It's not going to match the image to the left, mainly because the image to the left is using more colours than we've got available to us. We've only got 16 colours. So yeah, just put down the basics at the minute. The palette is just so that when we import it, we know now that there's 16 colours there, so I'm not accidentally going to grab another colour and add it so that use me screws up. Something that I learnt very early on is always lay out your palette underneath whatever you're doing. You can erase it once you're done. It's just so you know those are the colours that you have to choose from, basically. usually what you'll find as well is it's more light colours than it is dark colours. So a good thing to do is to start with your darkest colour and then slowly work your way out. This is probably a really bad image to use as an example. So once we've got this looking relatively okay, I'll move on to a different image. But like I said, there's usually more light colours than there are dark colours. But it's always best to start with your dark colours. And this is mainly because obviously it was painted in watercolours when it comes to the actual sprites of the game. And obviously you're not going to get like a pure black. When I did the Return of the Dark Sorcerer sprites, they are quite a lot darker than what they should be, to be quite honest. But I sort of drew them in more of an anime style than how the originals are done. So as you can see at the minute, I'm only sort of using 4 colours because the rest of our colours are the light colours. So we just want to get that outline right. And it's always best to work your way sort of in with the dark colours and then work back out. You'll see sort of on the Setzer sprite that what they've done is they've drawn dark colours first, and then they've gone into the light colours and started working backwards, which is why you get little things like here where you can see where there's a lighter it should sort of go straight down with that grey, but they've been working backwards. So what's everybody been up to today? Anything fun? So I've probably been asleep for most of the day today. I should just note as well that I don't usually do sprites like this. I was just messing around the other day just to try and find out a way that people with not a lot of artistic skill could easily make their own sprites. And this was the method that I came up with. My eyesight's really bad. I think that's actually the same colour there. Slightly darker. The easiest way to find out. Yeah, I think that's the same colour. Let's just make it a little bit lighter. Sort of I envy B-Run in a way, just because he's a lot, well, smarter than I am, and it's a lot easier to talk someone through code rather than talk someone how to draw or how to colour, which is what this basically comes down to. Right, so this light red that we've got here is going to be mainly the colour that you see. So all these other colours are mainly for highlights. We're starting to develop into the shape now, with only about 6 colours. So that's how you should work. Is start with the darkest and go lighter, and by the time you reach about 5 or 6 colours, depending on the sort of image, like this is obviously colorized red, so it's going to be a lot easier than something that's not. So what I think we'll do is we'll cut that off there, and we'll add some more darker colours. yeah, I don't think we really need to go any lighter than that. Perhaps one shade lighter. The main reason I wanted some more dark colours was because of this chin area. So I hope if anybody's in the comments that they can talk a little bit, because I won't have a great deal to say because obviously I'm spriting, I'm concentrating, my eyes are pants. So feel free to chat about anything you like. Thanks, Cougar. I appreciate that, man. We'll move on pretty shortly because I'm not liking this red. It's making me angry. But what we'll do is we'll import it in a minute, and then we'll do the rest, because what you mainly what you want to do is in Paint. You don't want to be doing everything in Paint. Paint's not the best program. Is the only reason I use Paint is to get the basic outline, because with Paint you can easily draw straight lines, and if you hold shift, oh no, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah, this tool here, it allows you to draw straight lines. You automatically have to set it to, but Paint is really what you want to be doing for your outlines and setting up your palette. Once you've got a basic palette and your image is starting like you say, starting to get there, then that's when you import it and do all the heavy lifting and stuff in Sprite Editor. Mainly because Sprite Editor you can easily see your palettes and if you need to change colours or anything. He is going to become pink skin colour. He will, but at the minute, I'm copying sort of the basic the colour layout of the image on the far right, and I'm using this image here as a reference for how it looks in pixels. Obviously, it's not going to look the same because you can see here his mouth has been completely removed once we've shrunken it down. But when it comes to drawing photos, like actual real people, it's helpful to do this. Shrink the person's face down and see what they look like, scaled down, because it allows you to easily see where the shade is, where the shadows are. For instance, I can see here that this is almost pure red here, and I need to add more red. Add a lighter colour. To define the nose a bit better. You never want to just shrink down a head and use it like this, because that looks pants, doesn't it, basically, and it's probably using more than 16 colours there, so it probably wouldn't import. I've seen a lot of people on the hacking site that post up portraits, and all they've done is they've shrunk it and then gone into Paint and sort of drawn over various colours. If you are going to do that and use a shrunken image, then what you have to do first before you import it or put it on the site or anything is make sure you've indexed the palette, and I'll show you how to do that in a minute. It's pretty simple. If anybody doesn't have GIMP, I suggest you download it, because it's the best for any image thing, unless of course you're rich and you can afford Photoshop, because Photoshop is far superior, but it's expensive. And GIMP is a free open source software that they're constantly updating. I downloaded an update a couple of days ago, and they fixed quite a few bugs that were happening, so that's quite nice that they do that. And they're quite good on their FAQ forums as well. They'll answer questions pretty quickly. If something happens, it's crashed or whatever, you can shoot them a message explaining the problem and they'll try and fix it, which is really good. I'd probably say that I use GIMP at least once a day, at least. Right, so let's import this now. So let's just get rid of all this solid colour. I understand that I haven't done his neck or anything yet, but we'll get to that. So once you've got it looking basic, import. Just got properties, 40, tab 40, and select all. Just move him a little bit, it's more centered. Save as, make sure it's PNG. It will say transparency is going to be lost, don't worry about that. Use Me is quite good, it usually picks up white automatically as your transparent colour. Oh, It's got over 16 colours. Oh, that's happened. It'll be the black. That's what it'll be. Yeah. Not a problem. Let's just fill all that in. My eyes are only so good, I can only pick up so many shades of black. I probably have the contrast on this monitor set a little bit too high, but it's how I like it. So if you do get an error like that and it's because of a dark colour, just do this, get a really light colour and then just fill it all in. Bosh. There we go. Let's try it now. There we go. You can see here we've got some spare colours, but now we're in Use Me, it's a lot easier to edit because you can set a grid. So you set a grid, you can easily see what needs doing. So let's extend this shirt a little bit. And now we're going to be able to change all of these tones into skin tones. Mike, did you ever play Final Fantasy 13-2? I think it's 2. Yeah, there's a like a dark world that you go, well, like a dark timeline that you go to, and there's a Chocobo song in that that's like quite different. It's like quite evil. It has sort of it's mainly in like a minor key. If you're looking for more songs, I don't know. I'm guessing that you kind of need it there to be a MIDI or something for it. Alright. So now we're going to want to change this more skin tony. So what we need to do, let's find the darkest colour. So it should be one of these. Let's just get rid of that for now. And this other one, what's that? Yeah, that's slightly lighter, so let's use this one. Add a tiny bit of green, little bit of blue, only the slightest hint of blue. Let's find the next lightest colour, which is this one. And so on. Just keep going. Don't worry if it ends up looking a bit yellowish. It'll be easier to tweak the colours once it all starts looking more yellow. And one of these. Eyesight's really bad today. I kind of wish we'd have started on a different face. One that was more skin toned. Yeah, it's not the best game in the world, I must admit. I still prefer it to Final Fantasy 13 though. I've got that on the PC and I had to do so much shit just to get it to run. It's such a poorly optimised port. Still looking a bit orangey, aren't we? Look, you can see how easy it is to recolour something using the sprite editor rather than something like Paint. Because if I was to do it in Paint, yes, I could do it with the rubber tool, but it still means that I would have to physically sort of select each colour using the dropper or using the edit colours. Whereas here I can quickly just use a slider. Alright, so let's get the lightest color first. Make that skin. Lightest. Now we've got it looking a bit more skin toned. You can start to really back off some of these darker colours, because now they're a bit more, they stand out a bit more from each other. It's a bit orange in there. Let's try and make it. And obviously we've got these colours here that we can use for his clothes, which is why I sort of left them a little bit blank. But if you're working from an image that isn't colorized, it's going to be a lot easier. I'd probably be a lot faster at this if my eyes weren't so bad. I have a real trouble defining colours sometimes. A lot of colours look the same to me. Kinda wish there was an undo button on Sprite Editor. It would make things a lot easier. It's not easy when it comes to pixels. Definitely not. constantly clicking back and forth on things because I've picked the wrong colour. I kind of wish Fred was about so I could ask him what colour he was wearing today on this picture. I kind of liked the idea that you came up with, Cougar, of like a community hack with all of us in. I think that would be pretty cool because there's been some history on our site, hasn't there? And there's a lot that we could put into it. And it would be a good way of engaging people. I think what I might do is just add colour slightly darker than that. So 4, 1. Is the microphone a little bit clearer than the last one I used? The last one sort of is my singing microphone, so it's probably not the best for the streaming or talking. When it comes to like tiny little shapes like the mouth, it's sometimes good just to have the slight what's the word I'm looking for? very, very slight representation of it, because obviously you're not going to be able to sprite this mouth the correct size. But as long as it's sort of hinted at, that's what it is, then it will come through. Sometimes it just takes a lot of playing with it until you get it looking right. It's definitely a bit of a bummer for me sometimes, just because there's not really a lot of things you can ask somebody that's spriting. Whereas with like one of B-run streams, you can ask him a specific question of, oh, how is it that you've done that, and he can give you a specific answer. With spriting, all I can really do is sort of show you some techniques that I use to get to where I get to. So like with real faces, this is a great way of doing it. It's just starting with your photo, shrinking your photo down, filling in the basic, like doing the outline of that, then copying it, and then starting to fill in the basics using the big photo. It's how I did my old avatar of me and Max. It was yeah, that's how I did that. Was I just got the photo, shrunk it down, it completely filled it black, and then started putting in the detail manually. And the other thing with obviously doing a spriting stream as well is it's quite a time consuming thing. It's not something that can be done in, oh, this is how you do it, bish bash bosh, done. When it comes to like actually drawing figures and things like that, that is something that I can go into more detail about, and I can give you tips and pointers and like little tricks for anatomy and things like that. I was showing Mike the other day just some really rough drawings that are like me laying out human anatomy, just drawing, like basically drawing a skeleton first before you then put something on top of that skeleton. I do think one of the main things to do is, if you want to learn to draw, is to learn basic shapes first. Learn how to draw an ellipsis on demand. If I ask you to draw an ellipsis, you should be able to draw a perfect ellipsis, polygon, and etc. Once you know how to draw shapes, you can draw anything. Because if you look at any animal, any human, we are all made up of basic geometric shapes. So once you know how to draw those geometric shapes, you can draw whatever you want. Just paying attention to your surroundings as well. When you go out, take the time to sit and look at the trees. Take the time to look at a random animal walking somewhere. See how it moves. Art is in everything in life can be art. It just depends on how you look at it. Cheers, man. One thing I wanted to ask, just because I feel like I'm a bit rude sometimes when I call you, say, Mike, or when I call Madsy or Fred, I feel like I shouldn't do that. I don't mean to. It's just like I've never used a handle or anything, and once I know somebody's name, I find it very hard to call them by their handle. So a good tip is, if you don't want me to call you by your real name, don't tell me your real name, and then I won't. But yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because I feel like sometimes it annoys people, and it's not me doing it intentionally. I just completely forget sometimes. But if it is annoying to anybody, I will stop doing it. So yeah, we're getting there now, I think, slowly. I hope it's been sort of somewhat educational so far. and you can at least see a process that you can use, sort of a method in the madness. I'm just gonna quickly roll a cigarette because I smoke. I shouldn't, but I do. And then what I might do after we've done this is I might try and do Cougar's avatar, his Gmodding avatar. Hopefully that will be something that he can relate to a little bit better. Or if anybody has any requests of something that they want to see, something in a different style, maybe a more cartoonish style. Still have a little ways to go on this. Shouldn't be too much longer though. Let's see how we're comparing to the others. That's what I mean. It's very hard to copy the Amano style, just because they are all drawn from watercolor images, and so a lot of the way that the shading is done is because of the paint. But as long as it kind of looks like what I'm trying to draw, I'm quite happy with that. I think what we'll do now is we'll add some colour to his clothes. What colour do you think the clothes should be? Let me know in the comments what colour the clothes should be on for his hat and his shirt. They'll probably end up being the same colour due to how much colours we have left. I did want to stream a little bit of Return of the Dark Sorcerer, but seeing as B Runs says that he's gonna be continuing his stream, I don't really want to go over anything that he's already been over. I think he's gone to a wedding or something. So when he comes back, what I might do is I might ask him to send me the saves that he gets up to, and then we can take turns in streaming it. Hey Mad, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, doing your face at the minute. Can you please tell me what colour clothes you were wearing this day? At the minute I've got you in all black, because I just don't have a clue. Obviously you colorise the image, and so I've probably made you look South African or something, because I'm having to take wild guesses here. But to just break it down for you, seeing as you've just arrived, what I did was I took your face, cut around your head, like so. I pasted it into a new paint, scaled it down to 40 by 40. I then copied it, pasted it, completely went over it in a black colour, and then I used the original image to start shading it. I shaded it in red, as you can see, got it to a basic standard, and then I imported it into Sprite Editor. And now what we're doing is we're putting the detail in. Black. Alright, well that's not a problem, that's probably even better, because now I can just add different shades of black and use it. But yeah, this is one way of doing it. There are a few ways you can go about doing a portrait, but when it comes to photos, it's always best to at least start with the photo. How many colours is the skin? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 colours. You can shade something to a pretty good standard using only two or three, well, three colours really. You want three colours for something, unless you have run out of colours completely, and two colours can do fine. I do tend to find portraits a little bit easier because you do have more colours to work with than sprites. It's the same thing with monsters. Even though some monsters share the last 8 colours of the palette will be used on another monster, so it's always worth bearing that in mind when you're spriting a monster, because otherwise you're going to end up going into battle and then one of your monsters is going to just look garbled, which is something that I think Mike did a great job on, and it's just collecting all the palettes that aren't used. Make sure you do that. And when you get quite low on colours as well, there's little shading techniques that you can do, like cross hatching. Cross hatching works quite well. Right, I'll do a bit of cross hatching here and show you. And that way you can shade with like 3 colours using cross hatching. Yeah, for sure. It's the thing with portraits is it's not something that's going to be like, oh, that's me straight away. It can take quite a while sometimes. I mean, the Return of the Dark Sorcerer sprites were quite easy because they were like they weren't from actual real life images. Obviously, real life images are going to be a lot more complicated. What I might do actually is just try and make this a little bit more white, that way might be able to use it as a highlight. Oh yeah, definitely. I tend to work either seven times just because it fills the screen and I can easily see what I'm doing. But the native resolution, what's the native resolution? 1 or 3? 2, yeah. So that's what it looks like native. Your mouth isn't going to be like a really clear defined mouth because there's not enough room to do that. At the minute your chin sort of needs a bit more work. But it's good to zoom out occasionally and see what you're working with. And it's always good to have another set of eyes as well. Because sometimes as an artist you can get too close to what you're working with. And what you might think looks amazing, like when you actually show other people, they think, oh, what the hell's that? And because you've just spent 3 or more hours working on it. So let's just fill this in quickly. With a like a circular shape as well. Something you'll notice if you get a ball, a sphere, and look at it, the way it's shaded is usually like the dark outline will be like that. Then you'll have like a lighter outline, and then like even lighter. It's done in a sphere because it's a sphere. I mean, I don't have anything that's spherical right now that I can demonstrate with, but like I said before, if you want to learn how to draw, then the best place to start is to just start with basic geometric shapes, like life drawing. So take a basic geometric shape and draw it. See how the light falls on it, and then just try and apply that to other drawings that you do. So already that's starting to take on a more 3D appearance just because of how I've shaded it. And then if you add cross-hatching into that as well, then you can give an appearance that you're using more colours than you actually are. Cross-hatching is one of the best techniques that you can learn. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's crosses. If you look at the Return of the Dark Sorcerer, yeah, it does look like an alien. I agree. It does look like an alien. Oh, what does it remind me of? I thought earlier something that it reminded me of, but yeah, it's gone now. But yeah, as I was saying, if you look at Return of the Dark Sorcerer, the portraits in that, you'll see a lot of cross-hatching. And it's because of colour restrictions. If you're doing a sprite that's 256 colours, you've got no worries, you don't need to cross-hatch. But when it comes to these earlier SNES sprites, they didn't have all those colours to work with. And so cross-hatching was a really useful technique that the spriters used to make something look three-dimensional. Yeah, man, for sure, it's definitely something worth learning. Because, like you say, when you get to the point where you've run out of colours, you're like, oh, how do I shade this? If you just smash just a tiny little bit of cross-hatching on it, it doesn't have to be much. But like, especially with Otis, because I ran out of colours on that pretty quickly because of his face. His face is quite colour heavy, and so that when it came down to having for the hat and his clothes and such, I didn't have that many colours left. So you have to work with what you've got. If you keep seeing me cocking my head like that, it's just something I do all the time. As if me doing that's making it look any different, but there you go. I think the skin could probably do with becoming just a little bit more pinkish, but I'll do that in a little bit. Let's just get the basic kind of outlines done. Uh, the problem with your portrait, Mike, was the fact that it was kind of shot at a strange angle. So your eyes were similar to how Fred's mouth is here, like so kind of small that it was really hard to define. But I will have another shot at some point. This is kind of why I wanted people to take some selfies of themselves. And you have to bear in mind as well, how long have I been going now? Must have been going for at least an hour by now. Whereas your one I did in about 20 minutes or something. So it all depends on how much time you put in, really. If you put 20 minutes on something, it's going to look like something you've put 20 minutes into. I think roughly an hour. I'm not sure, what time is it now? Oh, longer than an hour, because I started at 10. So, yeah, it should be better than this, really. But the problem is it was a colorized image. If it was a non-colorized image, I'm sure we'd be a lot further along by now. It's cool. It really is. Like I've been saying, with spriting, it's not something that's amazingly interesting to watch. And I really sort of envy yourself and B-Ron, because you can easily kind of explain what you mean when somebody has a question, whereas I'm sort of, all I can really do is present the technique that I'd use to do it, and then show it in progress. I really do sort of envy you coders, how good you are with numbers. I'm sure my Mortal Kombat hack would still be going if I was half as good. But I think I got to the point where I changed the world map, and Figaro Castle was sort of like dropping me in the ocean, like when I came out of it. And I think I eventually did get it to drop me in the correct place, but when the castle actually goes under, it was still in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, yeah, same. I always take on more than I can more than I can chew. I'm a bit stuttery today, so I'm sorry about that. I swear I'm not related to Porky the Pig. Yeah, that's all, folks. But I think at the minute this is really way too orange. And if I could get it looking a bit more pinkish, then I'd be quite happy with that. Yeah, I've never really been good at much apart from art and music. That's the only things I can do. But when it comes to Final Fantasy, you have to kind of know a bit of well, some technical things to put your music in. I mean, give me a guitar and I can probably work out most songs for in a day or so by ear, but I would have no actual clue how to translate that into a ROM. Yeah, man, definitely. I think some of the things that you've done recently have been great, especially for the wiki and yeah, all the little things that you've done to the site. Been blown away by. Especially seeing as this is a guy who turns around to me and says he can't do any art. I call bullshit. You really are kind of a jack of all trades. Yeah, Malfi's getting there now. What it was is your underlip, because that's really all you can see in that picture. You can see just the tiniest little inkling of a mouth, but it's more about this lip as a whole, and the shade. This bit of shade here is what defines it. Yeah, I really need to get on and play Cougar's Hack because it's starting to look pretty interesting. I think the only thing that sort of has put me off in the past a little bit is I'm a bit unsure about some of the characters. Like, I'm not a major kind of Disney person, and I don't know who Hetty is and who some of your other characters are. I'm sure that doesn't matter. I'm sure that it's just you don't really need to know who the characters are. I think one of the big things that drew me to the Return of the Dark Sorcerer to start off with was the fact that it had Fu Soya in, and he's one of my favourite characters out of all Final Fantasy. So much mystery behind him, and that name as well. I really, for the life of me, can't understand people's obsession with My Little Pony. I don't get it. Isn't it like a show for like little girls? I mean, I've never seen it, so I could be wrong, but that's just the vibe I get from the art. But you get full grown men that are proper into it. Yeah, definitely. His artwork is so strange. But that's what I love about Amano. It's so kind of everything looks effeminate in a way. Like even the blokes look like they could be girls. But I think it's got a kind of a charm about it. And it's a really hard art style to reproduce as well. Who's the other square artist? The one I mean, the one that's done sort of all the artwork for Smash Brothers. Is anybody interested in buying a Wii U? I've got one, but I rarely play it. It's the last time I'll be let down by Nintendo recently. I don't understand either, like, it's not like they're incapable. I mean, if you look at the Super Nintendo, nearly every title on that has some merit to it. But in recent years, it's just... what are they doing? Morgans, is that the pirate from Final Fantasy 2? That's one of the Final Fantasies that I've not really got that far in. Mainly because you walk out on the world map, and if you go the wrong way, that's it, you're dead. I kind of wonder what they were thinking when they were designing that world map. There were no sort of borders any. I mean, that's good in a way, not to have borders, but you walk too far to the north, you're dead. You walk too far to the east, you're dead. And that was my main problem with Final Fantasy 2. Plus all the grinding that you have to do just to get your spells to actually be effective, or your weapons to be effective. What's people's favourite Final Fantasies anyway? I'm kind of curious. I think you can probably tell what my favourite Final Fantasy is from my banner. Alright. Cool. Yeah, I do mean to continue with number 2 at some point, because it's one of them that I'm kind of gutted that I've not got that far in. If anybody's got Steam, they should really check out the Final Fantasy 9 that's just dropped like a couple of weeks ago. That is spectacular. Literally one of the best things Square has remade. I know Final Fantasy X's out and everything, but to get that running on like high settings, you need decent PC. Like mine, I have to have it on medium just to sort of get it to do anything. My PC is a bit outdated now. I tried posting for some help in the Steam forum, and I had this guy answer me who's like creates patches and stuff for all these latest games. He turned around and was like, your PC's almost as old as I am. I was like, alright. That explains your dick comment then. Really? You don't like 8 at all? I think what put a lot of people off with 8 was the junction system. But what I truly love about 8 is the summons in it are some of the best looking summons out of the series. I might do a Final Fantasy 8 stream at some point, because I've installed a few mods on mine. People have been making some high-res textures for the characters and the backgrounds and stuff. And once you get it all installed, it's definitely worth it. Plus, I relate to the Squall character so much. That is literally just me, just whatever. I do really like 6, don't get me wrong, it's one of my favourites. But unlike the rest of you, I never had a Super Nintendo. So I first picked it up when it came out as Final Fantasy Anthologies. And that's when I first got to experience it. And one thing I really liked about the Anthologies was it had that extra CGI dropped into it, which was really cool. But I know it's a bit of a heretic thing to say for somebody who spends most of his time on FinalFantasy6Hacking.com. That's cool. Don't feel like you have to sit here listening to my every word. Sometimes I just waffle on a bit. If you've got other things that you need to do, don't worry about it. It does surprise me though, because I think 8 and 9 are some of the standouts for me. Everybody always raves about 7, but if you look at 7 now, it's so outdated. The graphics on it are so outdated. And I was never a fan of the materia system. I always loved Sid though, in 7. He's got one of the coolest attacks out of any character in Final Fantasy. That the dynamite, where he just gets a stick of dynamite and lights it with his cigarette. That's so awesome. Yeah, eight. One of the reasons to play 8 is definitely triple triad. That's so fun, and it's a git as well. Because if you want to get all the triple triad cards, you have to do everything in the game to encounter Poo Poo or whatever it's called, weird fucking alien thing. But 8 is probably one of the only Final Fantasies that I have 100%ed. Like all cards, all summons. And it's one of them that punishes you for leveling as well. I kind of think that's what Tenka Rider's going for with his Curse of the Gods. And I'll definitely be interested in seeing the level up patch when you finished it, because that's very much a Final Fantasy VIII thing. But for me, it's just the story was so much more in depth than a lot of them. And it sort of did Harry Potter before Harry Potter did, if you know what I mean. Not that I'm a particular fan of Harry Potter. Yeah, they do talk about Sephiroth quite a lot. But I do have to admit that scene where you go back as Cloud and you're a young Cloud with Sephiroth, that is one of the most badass scenes of all of Final Fantasy. It's like one of the funnest things to do. Mike, seriously, chill, man. I will get to it when I get to it. At least you can sort of tell the issue, kind of. If I'd have spent as much time as I've been spending on this one, then it would definitely look a lot more like here. One thing that I'm really sort of a bit... This that needs sorting on this is the skin tone. I think once the skin tone's sorted, we'll be pretty much there. Hey Mike, you back then? I thought you had something to do today or go somewhere. I don't really go out that much anymore. We moved sort of a year ago. We live in sort of rural England in the middle of cabbage fields. Literally, that's where we live. There's nothing around here. It's kind of annoying because most of you guys seem to live in some sort of major city or close to a major city. I think the nearest city to us is Lincoln and Boston. And believe me when I say Boston, UK is absolutely nothing like Boston, USA. I'm glad you like it, man. If more people send me some pictures, then I'll try and sort of cover everybody at some point. And then when we get onto the character sprites, I can even make character sprites for us. And then once that's done, I'll pass it on to somebody, and then we can have a little community project going on, which would be quite good. Does anybody want a little sneak peek at the Return of the Dark Sorcerer instruction book? I think I'm up to about page 5 or 6 now. Right then. Okay, so that's page 1. It's very much laid out like Final Fantasy Advanced instruction book, whereas you've got the character profiles. So you start with Aurora, which would be Terra, and then Loki, Cloud, and I asked Mike for all the information about the characters, so you can easily see what the special ability is, random information about the characters, sort of weapons they use, desperation attacks, little what they say when you're introduced to them. Yeah, they've got surnames as well, yeah, which was something that we went over. So that's page 1, and then there's page 2. I changed Mog to look kind of more demonic. I just imagined him with sort of demon wings instead of the sort of Moggle wings that he has. And then you've got Seren looking quite a Mano-ish with the old rose, and actually a sword that I think Edgar had a similar sword in his one. Yeah, Mog's a bit of a badass with his drinking. You see there that it's got Roman numerals instead of just the normal XX that you get on beers and stuff. Page 3 with Ronan and Avalon. Tuxedo Mask, yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from with that. He is kind of very skinny, bit lady looking. His dance is the product of alcohol poisoning. I like to think that Mog is like literally Mike personified as a Moggle. Mogglified. And then there's page 4 with Tifa and Ark. Quite happy with how Tifa came out because I'm not usually great at drawing women, but I think she looks quite hot there. It's quite hard finding an actual Amano picture of Tifa as well. It seems like there was only ever like one drawn, so I kind of based it off the actual artwork for Final Fantasy VII and that one random picture that I could find. And then still sort of kind of working on the rest of it, but I'll find it in a minute. There we go. That's Otis that I drew the other day. I've still got to do Orboro, but I think Otis is the best one so far. really happy with how he came out. I drew quite a few versions of him before I sort of spoke to Mike, and he said that he wanted a parrot and he has to look like he's alcoholic, so we've got him with a Heineken there and like a revolver. I think somewhere, yeah, there you can see the first draft of Otis that I sent, which I wasn't very happy with because he looked a bit static. Looked very static. So yeah, I think that one's a lot better, and it definitely looks a lot more like the art style I was going for as well. But if anyone's interested, I'll do a tutorial sometime on sort of colorizing in GIMP, because it's pretty simple. What I usually do is I scan the picture in, and then I'll sort of go around this, colorize, change the hue, change the saturation, repeat on all the other parts that I want, and then once I've done that, I'll select the whole image, copy and paste it into a transparent background, and then I'll get the free selection tool and go around all the edges and make sure there's no random little smudges or anything from the drawing. Then I'll copy and paste it back into a white image. Yeah, there you go. A bit of work in progress. I couldn't have a bird because my cat would eat it. I don't know where she is now. Kiri! Kirikins! Pooty cat! Catapoose! Catatapoose! I think she's about 6 now. I got her at a time when I was really depressed in my life, and she kind of saved me in a way. It was a time when I was sort of living alone and I didn't have many friends. She's not a very friendly cat though. She has mellowed a little bit in her age. But she doesn't like strangers. Yeah, she quite often just sits there. She likes to watch me on the computer. My computer used to be in this corner here, but I've recently moved it all, like last night, because I wanted to be under the light. And here I've got more space. I've got my monitor here. The computer's set out here. I've put down some insulation here so it doesn't make too much noise. And I've got my laptop set here, but now I've got some space where I can actually draw if I want. And I've got all my music equipment in these drawers, so I can easily get at anything I want. But it took us about 5 hours to sort it all out, because I used to have this old ass hi-fi system sat here, like proper old, sort of, we're talking 70s. And I don't know if you've ever seen one of them, but they come with about 6 or 7 different bits to them. think it's a lot better now that I've moved the computer. I've got a lot more space. Doesn't feel as cramped. Because that's something else. If you're an artist, is if you're working in a space that is frustrating to you, you're not going to be producing your best work. You need to have a space where you can feel comfortable and where you can just concentrate. Yeah, my cat would definitely eat a budgie. She's a bit sketchy with my son, so I have to watch her sometimes. She only sort of really likes me. She's not really that keen on Natalie. I think we're getting close to wrapping this one up pretty shortly. What I might do at a later stage is just recolour it slightly so the skin's slightly better. But you can see the process that I've done to get to here. It's always a useful way of drawing something that's a photo. We'll do yours if you want, man. We'll start on your one. It'll probably be a bit easier because it's not a colorized image. So I'm not going anywhere for the next foreseeable couple of hours. I got up probably around 8ish. At the minute we've got major problems in our neighbourhood with just people around here are just knobs, to be honest with you. So I tend to sleep most of the day. That way I can have a bit of peace and quiet. Still though, it's a lot more peaceful around here than it used to be. We used to have right bad neighbours. I mean, the ones we've got now aren't great, but they're an improvement. I really wish I'd thought of the whole laptop idea before when I streamed. It's so much easier just having the laptop for comments. But yeah, I think that's about done now. Just about. Any sort of more would just be me fine tuning. Obviously, it needs to be a little bit brighter. It tends to be one of my problems. Is once I've started something, I can't really leave it alone. Even Return of the Dark Sorcerer now, I still look at it and I could do that better, or I need to resprite that. That looks a bit off. Sometimes it's best to just leave stuff alone once you've finished with it. So once you've finished, just export. And there we go. Not spot on, but not too bad. Obviously, it's not done in the same shading style, but you're never going to get the same shading style if you're copying from a photo. You're welcome, man. I probably will do a little touch up on it and then yeah, you're more than welcome to do with it what you please. Is there anything else that people want to see covered? I mean, I'm quite happy with doing another portrait if that's what people want to see, or if people want to see something else. I mean, as well, if there's any music that you guys want to put on, just shoot me a link and I'll smash it up there. Because I know sometimes that I can go for long periods without talking. That's cool, man. I've no issue with if anybody ever wants to request something of me, I'll do my best. I really will. Like, it's something that I enjoy, drawing. I find it very therapeutic to just sit here and draw. And the more work I do, is the better, because it's just more stuff that I can add to my portfolio. Two seconds, Fred. I'm just going to have to open that on here. The laptop's going to have a spasm. What's this? Is this just is this what's the word I'm looking for? An instrumental yeah, you know what I mean. It's pretty cool. I've not come across this before. That's cool, man. I'm constantly looking for stuff like this because I love to have it on when I'm working. Plus, I love just listening to things like this to learn it. I'll have a look at that in a minute, Mike. It's really nice. I like sort of symphonic things like this. Should we do a monster? Monster or an Esper or something. Anybody, you see this guard right here? What's this about? There's a few monsters like this that have just got pixels missing. Soldier's another one. There, look. I don't know whether it's just this ROM version. Pretty cool, I'll give that a like. I'll probably listen to that again later. Is that so? Is it just because the background, the way they've placed the monster on the mould, is just fills it in on the background? To be honest though, Final Fantasy VI is one of the more competent sprite-based Final Fantasies. Like with things like the After Years, they've got straight up like asymmetrical sprites. Like Yang's sprite is completely asymmetrical, and I know like Cloud's is in Return of the Dark Sorcerer and that, but it's something you shouldn't do really, because obviously there's only one left-facing sprite, so when it turns around, it's just doing the same thing. So if you've got a character that's got like a Paladin or something there, and Pauldron there, and like nothing here, it doesn't really make sense. My usual background. Quite often I like using just the blue, but it very much depends on what you're doing. Like for portraits, straight up blue. Unless you're doing something that's got blue in it, and then change it to that purple. I can honestly say that I very rarely use any of these. These are quite useful if you know that you've got a monster that's going to go into one of these backgrounds. So if you're doing a monster that appears in this underwater section, sometimes it can be quite helpful just to smash that up and see how it looks. But honestly, the two backgrounds I use the most are the purple one, that one, and the blue one. Like, I don't really see much point in any of the others, other than what I just said, to just quickly reference how a monster's going to look. I've never managed to watch The Good, the Bad and the Ugly all the way through. I always sort of fall asleep during that desert scene. It's got some great music though. Ad blocker. I would have an ad blocker, but there are some YouTubers that I follow that I think deserve the support of not having an ad blocker on, because that's how most of them make their money. So for like AVGN for instance, I wouldn't want to have ad block on his videos because it makes him money. And what's like literally two seconds before I can click skip. I don't know many Western films, to be honest with you. We tend to watch a lot of horror in this house just because she's madly into it. I'm not. I get scared easily. I'm really into my anime. I'm watching Dragon Ball Super at the minute. And if anybody's seen One Punch Man, people need to watch One Punch Man because that is brilliant. The animation in that is some of the best I've ever seen. Yeah, if anybody has something that I can be doing now, like want to see me do a monster or an Esper, I mean, I'll do a character as well if you want. The thing with characters though is they take a while, whereas a monster I can probably crack out in an hour or so. I think on a later stream some other day I'll cover sort of YYCHR stuff, because I know that's something that a lot of people want to sort of try and get into as well. There's some good music though. I found a couple of decent ones the other day. Oh yeah, these guys were pretty good. I was quite impressed by this.
Any Final Fantasy fans?
And Angry Video Game Nerd. Hell yeah, I'll do that.
Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 3. You know.
This is Mike Dean here on the drums and all the ring things. This is his dream come true.
Mike has been at us since we started this to do some Final Fantasy.
I'm guessing you want him looking angry.
Said he was gonna quit if we didn't do
Fuck that
Final
Mega Man
Fantasy.
shit.
I'm still gonna quit. Fuck this shit.
Drummer_ladiesman.
How cool would it be to be playing live and have people going crazy for Final Fantasy music? Cougar, have you got a particular portrait of him, an image of him that I could work from? Because trying to find one will be a bit of a bitch. That's such an easy thing to play. I couldn't learn the next bit though. I'll have to at some point. So yeah, if you could like find an image of him and just like Discord me or something. Alright, you've got one. Yeah, that one, it's got to be, hasn't it? So this time I'm just going to entirely work in Sprite Editor, show you that it can be done. And when you're working in Sprite Editor, the best thing to do first is put on the grid. Zoom it into 7. Usually this one to just be the first colour. This one's more classic. Let's have a look then. Prefer that one. Let's have a look. Yeah, alright. How good are these guys though, seriously? I love finding random YouTubers that have talent. So again, similar kind of start. What you want to be doing first is outlining his head. It's a bit harder when you're doing it in just Sprite Editor because you don't have the straight lines to work with. But it doesn't matter too much because you can easily erase what is wrong. If anyone's got another song once this is finished, just post it in the chat and I'll throw it up. Probably should have done it this way to start off with. It's a bit more of a method to it. Like draw the outline first, obviously. No, this is the Angry Video Game Nerd Fred. Cougar asked me whether I would do this for him, and being a fan, of course I will. Cougar, have you did you see his latest upload? The Paperboy episode. Yeah, I wish I was the nerd as well. In fact, no, I don't. I wish I was the other guy, Mike. He's got so much fame off James Rolfe's success. In fact, fuck it, I wish I was Bootsy. That guy can play games. Yeah, that bit was hilarious. So when you're working in Sprite Editor exclusively, the outline is the most important thing. It's not hard doing it the other way. It's a lot easier, to be honest, to just get the photo and just completely black it and then use that as an outline. It's a bit faster, but it's also a little bit less accurate if you want to make it look like it's something that has been drawn specifically for the game. You'll have to let me know whether this is a little bit big, because obviously you're going to want it to fit with your other portraits and not looking really out of place and massive. It was a bit of a fog, really. Getting subscriptions, the only way you can get them is by chucking papers through the windows. But like I said, it's always best to start with the outline before you start putting detail in. Make sure that what you're drawing is pretty much what you're going to be like the end product, because once you've put colour in, you don't really want to have to be erasing things. Sometimes a good thing to do as well, and you'll notice that a lot of drawers do this. Just get a line like so. Just put that down like that, and then you can easily work out where all the features are going to be, and then you can erase that as you need to. Once you've got the basic outline of what you want, you won't need these grids anymore. These grids are just to help you get your outline. You're not going to want the grid once you've got your outline done.
Surfer off time.
Yeah, it's still good, man. Did you draw that in felt tip? Still pretty similar though. It's good to see that we both saw him as kind of the same kind of thing. Obviously you put the shirt on him. I still think that's pretty damn good though. I like the style. It's kind of like cartoony, but you've still got all the proportions pretty right. It's good to see that you actually can draw as well. A lot of spriters just think, oh, I can make a sprite and actually can't draw. You shouldn't really be messing around too much with sprites if you're not that great an artist. I mean, you can improve. But sprite in itself is just a form of pointillism, basically. There's a really famous artist that does a lot of pointillist work. I forget his name. I think it might be Rene something. But you can bet your butt that's where most of that's where the idea from sprites came. got any other YouTube, any other songs that they want, please don't be shy. It's always better to be working with music. I'll give it a couple of minutes, and if nobody suggests anything, I'll put something else on. That's one advantage of Fred's editor over this one, is the fact that you can shift things to the left if you need to. Are you still working on that, Fred? As I remember, it was really good. It was just a little bit buggy when I tried it out. Yeah, it is a really awesome picture. I really like his style. Do you post on DeviantArt often, Cougar? I didn't realise that you did drawings as well. Right, so now we've got the basic outline. I took a look a couple of days ago. You've got so many views. I wish I could get that many views. I've never been very good at sort of promoting myself. It's one of my big problems. As to be an artist nowadays, you have to have a bit of patter about you and be able to get your work out there. Which is something I've never been very good at. Sharing. Oh, I've just drawn this. Yeah, sharing it everywhere. I'm always too self-conscious to share stuff that I do. See you later, Mike. Have a good one, buddy. Cheers for coming. I'll probably be ending the stream once I've got this looking reasonable. Yeah, I guess Final Fantasy VI Advanced Editor is a bit more important, but I would love to see you finish that editor because it was a great start. And while I do like this editor, it's got so many bugs in it. So yeah, as you can tell, get all your basic colours down first. Doesn't have to look amazing when you first start it out, as long as it's a good little template. Quite often I actually prefer just drawing it straight from Sprite Editor, unless like earlier you're doing a real person, in which case the previous way is better. Yeah, it's a bit lame, it doesn't have a bucket tool. Which again is why paint is also a viable option. The only thing I like about this is its grid. And obviously the fact that you've got your palette easily set out for you to see. And if you need to change it, it's not a case of having to find every bloody colour that you've put down. All you can do is just quickly swipe. Which is one of the big advantages of just working in this. I hope this is a somewhat helpful stream anyway, and it at least teaches something. Like you pick up a technique off it, from it or something, because then it will have been worthwhile. Hell, even if it inspires you to do more portraits, then it's been worth it. We need some more portrait love on the site. Yeah, I would. I'm still recovering here. I've had a virus all bloody week. That's why I sound a little bit hoarse. I don't know where the hell I caught it from. Cheers, guys. I think he looks a little weird at the minute myself. But give it time. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's too quiet. Put some music on. Yeah, the eyes definitely will make a difference. Plus, you have to bear in mind as well, I'm only about halfway through the colours at the minute. And there's a lot to be said for sort of redefining it once you've got the basic thing that you're happy with. Surprised my son hasn't woken up yet. He usually wakes up during the night. Yeah, man, I was watching some of your stuff the other day. I found it quite funny. I prefer watching people who are like less well known, to be honest. Obviously, I watched like the AVGN and stuff as well, but I like to find a lot of people. And yes, I watch Filthy Frank. He's fucking amazing. I really don't care. Some music, please. No, I was watching some the other day. Let's just scroll past it. It's hard to remember which ones I actually thought were good. I think that was alright.
Flight's cancelled. They've rebooked us on Lufthansa.
Lufthansa?
I do watch some random crap. I'm not even that arsed about Pokemon, to be honest. I just like gaming news in general. I haven't played one for at least a couple of generations now. Because I'm not forking out more money for Nintendo. I should have just bought a DS instead of a Wii U. Seems like they care more about that console anyway, to be honest. I mean, why bring out Majora's Mask only for the DS? I'd have gone crazy if they'd have brought out that for Wii U. Careful, Fred, the word brony is actually banned in my chat. It's one of my banned words. sound of the video. Yeah, no problem. Hope that's better. Yeah, foot. Scary. So who exactly is the angry video game nerd in your hack? Who does he replace? I think this whole mix is pretty good, to be honest. I've put this on so many times. Yeah. Gilgamesh would have fit as well. I really wanted Shadow. That's who I voted for from Final Fantasy VI. He would have had, just think about Shadow for a second and the moves that he could have had in Smash Brothers. He could have had his throwing schemes. He could have had Interceptor. Could have been able to throw swords. Could have had like float or something. Can't believe they put Cloud in. It's such bollocks. Cloud's never been on fucking Nintendo consoles. He's overpowered fuck as well. Although I haven't played it in a while, so they might have nerfed him. Yeah, that's sure. Final Fantasy VII was actually supposed to be appearing on the N64, but Square and Nintendo had a falling out before it happened. Just imagine a Final Fantasy on the N64. How amazing would that have been? Because that console was so much better than the PlayStation when it first started. I mean, PlayStation soon got a lot better. But comparing, like, the first couple of Nintendo games that came out to, like, the PlayStation. I really love this song. Always have done. I really like the Final Fantasy 13 version of it as well. It's being played by some random guy outside the city. It's like a one-man band type thing. Sorry, Final Fantasy 13 Lightning Returns, I think it is. Yeah, I'm not really too sure about the specifics of why they fell out. I'm sure Fred knows more. He usually does. Probably listen more to the music than actually play the games nowadays. Damn, that would have been awesome. I'm still bummed out about the N64 Double D, to be honest. Or Zelda and all that. They really messed up there. To be honest, I'd be more excited if they remade the N64 Double D than the NX. Retro is coming back in a big way. just take these off now. I wondered why I was having trouble shading it. It's because I still had the grid on. Oh, this ain't going well. It'll be something simple. Like, I'll literally just... I'll edit something in a minute and it will all fall into place. I'm not quite sure what it is. I think it's that mouth. It just looks dodgy to me at the minute. Such is the way with portraits, though. Draw in and draw in and draw in until you get it right. Probably the eyes. It's really hard to draw those eyes in that position. Maybe I should just make the glasses like white or something. Come back to the eyes. Just do that for now. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, if I was to email the nerd something, it'd have to be big and something that I was amazed with myself. Just in case he ever showed it off. Not that he would, but you get my meaning. Really need to try and get him to play Return of the Dark Sorcerer or some Final Fantasy hacks, any Final Fantasy hack. Send him yours when you finished it. I really want to see him cover some Final Fantasy hacks. Because I know definitely Mike and Bootsy would be up for that. Metal Jesus as well, he's another one that we need to get to play some hacks. I've already tried Vinny at Vine Source and he doesn't seem asked. So used to it going into that other bit there. Can we at least admit that Final Fantasy VIII has the best music? It is very 90s though. It's got that kind of Streets of Rage vibe to it, I think. Learned this the other day on guitar. Well, I learned part of it, I didn't learn some of the little licks that are played on piano. I'm not that great a piano player, to be honest. Wish I was. Not really that great a guitar player. But I enjoy it. Worked out how to get my guitar to go through Discord the other day. Me and Jackimus can have a little jam one day. Oh, I think that's it. What else we got?
Let's go see the rooms. Tour bus lifestyle.
Cheers, Fred. Get in there. I'd love to have a written tutorial someday up on the site. Not quite sure how I'd go about it though. That's what I was talking to you about with you the other day. It's just how to hash out the method. Guess I'm pretty terrible at that. Even if you don't, it's still good practice for me. It's been a while since I've done anything sprite related regarding Final Fantasy VI. I need to get back on it. Cougar's yeah, he's making me look stupid with all the sprites he keeps posting up. It's good though, I'm glad somebody is. I wish Astroth would come back. He used to make some damn good sprites. If there's any others that you want somebody to have a look at, I don't mind. I really like doing portraits. It's probably one of my favourite things to do. It's probably better if you do most of them yourself though, just so you can learn, if you know what I mean. That's the whole point of these streams after all, is to try and give some sort of method to the madness. I need to try and make them shorter though, that's for damn sure. What I used to love about Astroth was the fact that he would sprite the strangest things. Like monsters and things like that. It's great to see that type of thing. I'll probably still be going, man. I'm always up all night, me. Alright, fair one. Well, if you ever do need any help, I'm always about. But I know you're quite capable of doing most things yourself. It's kind of a shame it's been so quiet tonight, really. Maybe it's the time I chose. I don't know. Plus, it's probably not the most interesting thing to watch. Definitely want to do some gameplay or something at some point. Where was the sprite that you had for him then? Where did you take that from? Yeah, the problem is though, man, is there seems to be more sort of more Yanks in there. There's more Yanks on the site than there is us Europeans. Are they any good, those games? I hear they're really hard. But yeah, I don't really mind trying to fit my schedule to match yours, seeing as you're pretty much the only other sprite that's active at the minute. You should do a stream yourself sometime. Try and get everybody doing some streams. I was going to put this on YouTube, but I really don't think it's going to be... I think the length is going to be too long. Yeah, I think it's the death blocks that kind of put me off, to be honest. I was never that into 2D side-scrollers anyway, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's the death blocks that kind of put me off, to be honest. Damn it. Where is it? Still getting used to this channel. Channel, innit? Well, I can't get out of that link at the minute because it's not loading my chat up. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, it's not loading that link you put up. Let's see if the laptop plays ball. Oh yeah. Do you know who drew that? Was it Mike that drew that, and they just converted it into a sprite? Because I know Mike does a lot of the artwork. I do like Mike. A lot of people give him a lot of shit for no reason. He's terrible at Zelda though. I was streaming Zelda the other night and I just couldn't watch it. The comment section was just way too much. You couldn't tell him anything. They are one of the biggest YouTube channels though, so there's that. Hey Fred, welcome back, dude. Still going here. I kinda knew I would be. I really, like, the Angry Video Game Nerd is one of my favourite all-time YouTubers, so I don't want to fuck this up. We're getting there now. I wish I was faster at this, I really do. If I could just like bang these out in an hour, I'd be well happy. I'd have complained to the manager if it was me. It's what people used to do all the time at McDonald's when I worked there. I had one guy come in once, and like we told him that the grill was closed, the burger grill was closed because we didn't have enough meat, and more was coming. And he was like, "All right, okay." Went and sat down, come back. Literally about 5 minutes later, started screaming, "Where was his burger?" Bearing in mind I'd only worked there for like a day. God, I hated that job. Never again. Oh yeah, I fully understand as well. He was probably wanting to go home, and you just caused him to stay another 20 minutes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you always run the risk of somebody either spitting in your food or, you know, whipping their dick out or something. 7 hours. After 3 hours I used to be fed up. Didn't help that all the managers were female. Not that I have anything against women in power, but I think it can go to the head quite quickly. Some women anyway. By the way, Cougar, how's this starting to look to you now? Because I think I'm coming towards finishing this soon. Bulge out a bit. It's quite hard with those glasses there. See what you mean though. I think when it comes to portraits, eyes are one of the hardest things to do. If you look at some of the other portraits, most of the eyes are done with like 3 pixels. 3 pixels. 3 pixels. Yeah, eyes are definitely tricky because there's only so many ways you can lay out 3 pixels. But I'll see what I can do. Of course, the other problem is I've only got 1 shade of blue. Is that better? I'm forever doing that, thinking, oh, I need to draw there, and then I draw it, and then I immediately just put the pixel that was there before back. starting to be a bit, yeah. Awesome. Eventing? What are we eventing then? I'm always eager to listen, even though it'll probably go over my head. Yeah, I can't help you though. Somehow I didn't think I would be able to. I change a palette in the Final Fantasy level editor and I'm like, yay me. I just wish it wasn't so buggy. I'd love to be able to draw some like more levels and stuff. Just like completely redesign the world. But literally every version I try, it doesn't matter what version it is, it'll crash at some point. It does look a bit spooked, I'll give you that. Not really. We don't tend to use the word spook around here that much. I think it was a word that used to get used quite a lot. We have more Indians than African Americans anyway. So that's where a lot of the racist terms in Britain are aimed towards. I can't stand racism, can't abide it. But then again, I can't stand all these SJWs you have nowadays. I was born a man, but I want you to refer to me as a horse. I identify as a horse. Whatever. I identify as a bloke who really couldn't give a care. More clenched? Yeah, okay. They were quite fat before, and I just thought they were just a little bit too fat. But his eyebrows are quite fat, aren't they? When you say clenched, do you mean like that? Like angry? It's just that in this expression he looks like sort of, kind of, yeah, disgusted. And they're kind of raised a little. Yo, it's B-Ron. How's it going, man? How was your thing that you had to do? Cheers for the camera tips. Helped so much. Really did. We've been going now since 10. So what's that now? So yeah, 5 hours. Damn. I'll show you what we were working on before. I'm working on the Angry Video Game Nerd at the minute for Cougar. But we were working on Fred before. If I can find a picture. So yeah, we worked on Fred before. He still needs his skin tone lightening a bit. But yeah, I'm not. Oh, I think it came out pretty good. Maybe needs a little bit of tweaking, but this one was like a specific way of showing how to do something that's a real life portrait. So to break it down pretty simply, what I did was I cut around his face, pasted it into paint, scaled it to 40 by 40, and then from there I completely filled it black so I had a good outline, and then pulled up the image and did that, then imported it and started adding detail. So that was just like one way that you can go about doing real life portraits. And then at the minute we're doing the Angry Video Game Nerd for Cougar, and this is one that we've done entirely in Sprite Editor. And the way that we did that was, first we had the pixel grid, we drew the outline, and then we filled in the solid colours, and now we're finishing up pretty much. Yeah, pretty like when we scaled it to start off with, it was very distorted, obviously, but that's still useful to do because you from that you can see where the light falls in pixels. And obviously you're not just going to be able to use that because it's using more than 16 colours. But hold on. But yeah, we did that, and then from that, you can then just completely fill that black, and then you can start like putting white in, and then you've got your outline, and it's going to be pretty much the same as the image you've done that from. It's just a quick way of doing an outline, because outlines can be quite tricky. So yeah. And for this one, what we did was we put the grid on and drew the outline with the grid on, and then once we were happy with how it looked, took the grid off. And now what we're doing is we're just adding the finishing touches. And then I shall probably be going to bed, because it's almost 3 AM here. My son's been quite good though, he's been asleep through most of the night. Yes, it is archiving it. It's quite a long one though, so you might want to skip about a bit. Next time I do one of these, I'm going to try and, I don't know, maybe plan it or something. I don't know how I'm going to, but try and plan it out a bit so I can YouTube it, because I don't think that it's going to be able to upload 5-hour videos somehow. But if anyone's got any music that they want to put on, just while I finish this.
Peggy 18.
How did we...
Raise him money for Mike. No, I don't think we can afford the tab either. Which reminds me, actually, give me a minute. I shall return momentarily. The cat's a she, by the way. Her name's Kiri. She's named after a famous opera singer, because she doesn't shut up when she wants something. I've had these beers sitting here for about a year now. I don't tend to drink that much, but I quite fancied one after you said that. I'm sure the angry video game nerd would be quite proud. Kiri tends to follow me wherever I am. So when I was asleep earlier, she was up in the room with me. She's like my little guardian angel. But wait, sir. How was that thing you had to attend anyway? Was it a wedding or something? Anyone got any good Final Fantasy remixes? Oh, your wedding's this week. Something I wanted to ask you actually, because I wanted to do some streaming of Return of the Dark Sorcerer, but I don't want to step on anything you've already done, so I was wondering if you could send me the SMC file, and then I could just continue from where you've left off. And then obviously you'll be able to watch it, and then you can continue from where I leave off. Balance and Ruin. Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that. Yeah, man, for this Thursday. It's the beauty of emulation. And that way at least we do have a stream on Thursday. Yeah, I really enjoyed this mix. It's always nice to find decent Final Fantasy mixes. I can't work without them. I really can't. Probably spend more time listening to Final Fantasy music now than I do playing it. Cougar, are you happy with these eyebrows now? Yeah, he's got loft lines just like me, look. That's how you know a person's truly angry. Do you know what? I don't drink that often, but when I do love a Budweiser. It's not too harsh. It's just about right. Did you guys ever used to get a Budweiser Light? That was something that came out here for a little while. What emulator? Z-SNES. Is that what you were using? I might be doing some Zelda streaming at some point as well, because I've come across this hack recently. I'll have to show you this, because obviously you guys are hackers, you'll appreciate this. This is another place that I frequent. Yeah, Ocarina of Time Revisited. This guy is crazy on his ASM. Yeah, basically, he's added in medallions that you can use, that you win from bosses that all have like special effects. You can see here that he's got tunic effect, boots effect, medallion effects, and just there, some really cool stuff that he's added. And I was playing a little bit the other day, and it completely changes the whole feel of the game. So yeah, I might be doing that at some point, because I think that's quite cool. You like Stella? Yeah, Stella's alright, but it's wife beater if you ask me. That's what they call it here. And I find it's a bit harsh for me. No, you definitely don't. I like to visit ZeldaHacking.com and also Super Mario Hacking. There's a guy called Kays on YouTube, and he's making a Super Mario hack at the minute. I said I'd do some artwork for him at some point. But that again is something that you should check out. Just type in Kays into YouTube and you should find him. But he's crazy on all the ASM stuff as well. Like, he's managed to put in like the Bumblebee suit and stuff from Super Mario Galaxy into Super Mario 64, which is just crazy. Yeah, I'll follow him on YouTube. He does stream sometimes though on Twitch. What he'll do is he'll just sit and make 3D levels and like take suggestions for things. I watched one of his Twitch streams once. Holy shit! I just realised we've got another colour here. I completely missed that one. That needs to be a lighter grey, I think. Oh yeah, slightly darkish grey, so we can do something with the hair. I love it when I find a colour that I haven't used yet, and I think I've run out of colours. Awesome. Yeah, there definitely is some decent tools for Super Mario 64 out there. You've got a level editor program now that's out there, and there's another program called Toad's Tool 64. And what that basically does is it allows you to put all your objects and stuff into a custom map. I actually had a go myself at making a custom map. It's basically the Green Hill Zone from Sonic. But it's nothing compared to the sort of stuff that Kays can do. It definitely is. It definitely is. It's gonna make that hair look so much better. It already looks so much better, just with that extra colour. Anybody got any more music? Seriously, if anybody has any sort of Final Fantasy medleys, please chuck them my way, because that's all I listen to these days. I found a decent video games through time medley the other day. That's quite good. If I can find it again. My history makes me look like such a geek. I'm sure it was yesterday. Alright. I'll hang tight for you to be on to shoot something into the box. I'd much rather listen to something I haven't heard before. Is he a Final Fantasy 6 hacker then? I'm sure I've seen him on the site. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright. That sounds interesting. Even though I'm not quite sure what it is. I'm sure it takes some skill though. I have heard the name though, on the internet. That's cool. I'm all about game music, me. That's all I tend to learn on my guitar. Someone comes over just like, oh, you've got a guitar, what can you play? I can play Song of Storms from Zelda. Like, what? I do like a lot of rock music, but it tends to be only singing. Also, people's thoughts on Axl Rose in AC/DC. Does anybody care? Anybody like AC/DC? Personally, I think he's doing a bang-up job, and I want him to stay as AC/DC's frontman. Alright, hold on dude, I've got to get back onto the page. What I'm doing at the minute, B-Run, is I'm using my laptop to view the comments, because I noticed that you said the last time that I streamed that it was a pain for me to keep going back and forth. I do agree. So now I've just got my laptop sat here so I can see all the comments. poor laptop running Windows XP. You might have to post that link again once I boot up, because I don't think it loads comments from previously. I'll have to pause that instantly, aren't I? I like the way my cat's hiding out of sight. So yeah, if you could just drop that link again. Cheers. Shall we just do play all then? Is that loud enough for you, or do you want me to boost it a little? Let's just give it a tiny boost. Cheers for that. That'll be something that I'd probably listen to all the time. Cougar, thoughts on this now? Because I think there's not much more I can do to it, to be honest. If there's anything you want tweaking, now's the time. Louder. Alright. Yeah, oh, you like it, yeah? Alright, cool. Just, yeah, feel free to tweak it. I know you've got the skill to do whatever you want with it, so feel free. I'll shoot that to you on Discord now. So yeah, if you pop on Discord, I'll send that to you. And you can do whatever you want with it. I'm not arsed. You're welcome, man. Thanks for giving me something to do. For a while there, it was just me and you on this stream, so cheers for that. I really appreciate it. But yeah, if you want to tweak it, feel free. Probably could do with a tiny little tweak. I just hope it's not going to look like massive compared to all your other sprites. I have a tendency to draw really big. Yeah, I know the feeling. I've always got about 800 tabs open. Well, I'm still awake, so if anybody wants anything else doing, now's the time. Because I'm in a spriting mood today. Especially with this music going. Go for it. The stream has reached the length where it's not going to be uploaded to anything anyway, so... maybe next time. What do you want me to do with it? Right, so what size do you want it? Because this could be where I show off GIMP a little bit and talk about that. By the way, what does everybody think to my banner? I'm quite proud of how that came out. That's me and my son. But obviously done in a Final Fantasy VIII style. 16 by 16. Good. Blurry. Yeah, I kind of see what you mean. Alright. If you click on my profile, B-Run, it should show you. It's also my not online picture, but obviously you won't see that until I give this a rest. I know it should probably be a bit more Final Fantasy VI related, but I've always loved Final Fantasy VIII's logo. See you, Cougar. Cheers for tuning in today, buddy. Really appreciate it. And I hope you like that portrait and it serves you well. And if you ever need anything else, just give me a shout. I'm always willing to help cool people. Yeah, man, it had to be done. I had to look it up though. Offhand, I thought Roman numerals in 89 would be VIII IX, but turns out I was wrong. I guess it's because it's gone into the tens. More than 16 colours, okay, no problem. I might just start streaming every sprite I do. Maybe it'll give people a bit of insight on how to sprite. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm going to have a look now. If it's not, then I'll redraw it. Yeah, exactly 16 by 16. So what do you want? Just a background on and with that? Exactly, B1. Why not? At least it feels like I've done something productive with my day. So do you just want that, but less blurry? Because that I can do quite easily. I actually think that looks better, to be honest. What is it that's blurry then? The red in the middle? Alright, no problem. This really is a good mix. I like it. Good song. That's really cool. It's 100% original. you're still working on that? I'd be more than happy to help you with some sprites for it. If it entices you back into doing it. Go for it, man. That's all I've got to say on the matter. If you've got time to be streaming and you've got time to do a little bit of work on your hack. I mean, there's me saying that I haven't done anything on I haven't done a hack for quite a while. My main problem is stories. I'm pants at stories. I've never been any good at them. I admire people that can come up with stories. It's just not my forte. It really does look interesting as well from what I've seen of it. It doesn't look like your bog standard, oh, I've changed bloody terror into another sprite. It does look like you've put some work into it. How's that looking? Bit more? Yeah. Well, at least with the sort of light coming like that, it accentuates the matrite a little bit. Cool. Or it's too light. Good, alright. what you might have to do is just open it with GIMP and just paste it into a transparent image and just delete that white if you want it. Yeah, no problem. If there's anything else. But would it entice you a little bit more if somebody else was taking care of something else? Like, say, if I was to work on some graphics for you, if I was to take care of pretty much 99% of your graphics problems, or if, say, Mike was to take care of 99% of your music problems. Because I think we're at the point now where Return of the Dark Sorcerer is pretty much done. There's not really much else that can be done to it. Apart from bug fixes, which he's constantly doing. I mean, just make it a community project. Which reminds me about your 15th Man project. Is that something that you've ever considered reviving? Because I'm sure many people would love to see a patch for that, myself included. Cool, man. I do think though, if you are going to revive that, you might consider a different sprite for the name escapes me at the minute, but the sprite that Lord Sutabrainu made for you is asymmetrical, and I think asymmetrical sprites aren't really what you want. I know that the cloud that we have in Return of the Dark Sorcerer is asymmetrical, but there's not really much you can do about that because cloud is asymmetrical. I think if you can, asymmetrical sprites should be avoided. Don't worry about caps. I really don't care about caps. You can caps as much as you like in my chat. It's not one of my rules. I have 5 rules. If you scroll down, you'll see my 5 rules. And other than that, anything goes. Get out of there, cat. I'm a bit gutted, to be honest, that I didn't get more involved when you originally posted the project. Like, you asked people for concept art and all sorts of things, and yeah, I should have got involved back then, but at the time I was sort of busy on my Mortal Kombat hack, which turned out to just, yeah, I lost it basically. That's the thing that happened there. Because I transferred PCs. Now I've got a much better PC than what I had before. so everything that was on my laptop got wiped. It's a shame really, because it was quite the graphics. I had literally 95% changed the graphics. I had new menus, new skills like Cyrax because he used tools, but all of the tools had been changed to look like they were coming out of his chest. So it's a bit gutting, but what was the ability idea? Because I know there was a couple of ability ideas that you had floating about. A cool ability idea that I've always had for a Final Fantasy character is like a space mage, and I'll elaborate a little bit on what I mean when I say space mage. You've got black magic, white magic, red magic, blue magic. Those are your main ones. Most magic falls under that category. They usually class things like gravity as sort of a black magic, or a time magic, which is another one. It's similar to time magic in a way, but the way space magic would work was would be like, if you've ever played Final Fantasy V, there's the Geomancer's ability in that to sort of, there's a move called Quicksand, I believe, and it works. It checks against the enemy's stats or whatever, whether it's heavy or not. And then if it's heavy, it will be instantly KO'd. Now the idea I had for space magic is you add six new sort of stats. What are they called? You know what I mean. But you add 6 new of them. But it's heavy, light, medium, tall, small, or normal. And then you can do skills that are like based off of how tall is the enemy, how much does the enemy weigh, and then you could even factor science into that in a way, like to work stuff like that out with your calculations. I've been sort of messing around with it a little bit in RPG Maker MV, and it seems to work quite well. As like usually when you do like, oh, fire is weak against water, it's that sort of thing where it's an element. You'd class the enemy as heavy as an element. But yeah, that's kind of my idea. It's you can have it if you want, if it seems like a concept that you might be on board with. But yeah, space magic. Yeah, definitely. Pokemon do have some moves that work in a similar way. It would be all about how heavy is the enemy, how light is the enemy small, is the enemy big, how smart is the enemy, stuff like that. And your skills could do damage based on those attributes. It'd just be another interesting school of magic that could be added to Final Fantasy. And then obviously you could class your gravity spells and things like that as space magic as well. And anything like reverse polarity and stuff like that. But it's an idea. But if anybody's got any other sprite things they want me to work on, I'll quite happily crack on with that. Otherwise it's going to be kind of boring just sat watching me smoke. I've listened to all of them now. Well, that was quite a good playlist. I enjoyed that. Alright, well, that's cool then. I'll end the stream now then. I hope everybody that watched enjoyed. I know it was probably just people from the site, but I will stream again soon. If you can shoot me the SMC for Return of the Dark Sorcerer, then I will stream it on Thursday, and then that way there is a stream. I definitely will. I'm always looking for music to play when I'm doing stuff. But yeah, I don't know, Discord me or Skype me or something sometime and send me that SMC, and when it comes to Thursday I'll continue streaming Return of the Dark Sorcerer from where you left off. Yeah, definitely Fred, I will get on that and make sure that I lighten the skin tone a little bit and just touch it up a little bit, and then you can use it as an avatar. But that's me now. I'm gonna go to bed. But I will stream again next Saturday. So hopefully we'll find something that I can sprite or show off then. And yeah, thanks for watching. I'll try to engage the camera a little bit more next time.